something, but I want everyone, get your phones, get your phones, get your phones, just get your phone. We have a QR code. President Zubaydah, I see. Bless you. Thank you so much for your leadership. This is you. Scan the QR code. Once you scan it, you will see a thumbs up sign. Click on it. Once you click on it, join the conversation. We may not give everyone a chance to speak. And I see Lydia is there. I'll be coming shortly. Honorable Nyenze, I can see you there. Thank you so much, technical team. I celebrate you. So scan the QR code. It's the launch of the strategic plan 2024-2029. Most importantly, we're looking at election preparation across the plan 2025-2027. So join the conversation. Join the conversation, or you can go to menti.com, and once you're asked for a code, the code is simply 31552377. That code again, 31552377. We'll be asking you very simple questions, and everything will be happening on your phone. Let's just try the first question. Let's have the first question. We have the technical team. Mr. Bernard. Oh, just the first question. We can have the first question. Which organization do you represent? Just type it in. Just type in. Once you type in, we will see something like that on the screen. I can see NTV, LGF. Is here. WFD is here. So keep them coming. In the meantime, police band, talk to us in your magnificent way. Kenya Editors Guild. Asante Sana Band. So, thank you so much. 2 minutes to the top of the hour. We appreciate every one of you for coming. Can give me a bit of sound, please? Just a bit of sound. So I see Algier Embakasi North, the Democratic Union. Imam Embakasi North. Imam Embakasi North uko wapi? Makofi yake tafadhali. Imam Embakasi North. Tushukuru kwa vile umeweza kupata nafasi. Kulingana na uongozi wako,
Amjambo tena. Kwanza namshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala ambaye ametupatia fursa hii kwanza ya kuweza kujivunia hatuna ukabila licha ya kwamba ipo, lakini angalia vile sisi tumekusanyika hapa leo kwa kuonesha tuna umoja, tuna undugu, tuna mapenzi, hakuna ubaguzi katika dini. Angalia hapa kuna madini tofauti, kuna Waislamu, kuna Wakristo, kuna madini mengine. Jambo la pili ni uwepo wa kila mwanadamu kuweza kutoa maoni yake. Leo angalia nchi yetu ya Kenya, kila mtu ana haki ya kutoa maoni, na ajabu wengine wanatoa maoni ambayo si maoni ya sawa, wanatoa mpaka matusi, lakini hawashikwi. Hii ni kuonesha kwamba sisi tumeiva kisiasa. Asante sana.
Tumeiva kisiasa. Makofi yake tafadhali. Jina lako tena Imam? Sheikh Osman Rigo. Makofi ya Sheikh Osman Rigo. Asala, tumeiva. Hebu sote tuseme tumeiva kisiasa. Naam. Na nitakuwa nikitembea nikiwatafuta, lakini pia kama una jambo la kusema na ni jambo la kutupa sifa, tafadhali pia waweza kuinua mkono wako tukupe nafasi. Mara nyingi tukijiangalia kwenye kioo tunaona ubaya tu, walakini kuna jamaa aliniambia jiangalie. In fact, he told me your future truth. Your future truth. What is your future truth? That's what you need to look at every single day, because it changes you. Na nashukuru sana Sheikh Osman kwa maneno yako. Namuona Anthony.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm a proud Kenyan. I'm Anthony Maina from Royambo, and I'm a proud Kenyan. Why? Because in Kenya, people with disability are given chance to represent. Another thing, people with albinism are recognized, like our brother Isaac Maora. You see? So we feel represented, and we are given a chance to come and vote and go to the elective seats. That's my Kenya.
Makofi ya Anthony tafadhali. That's my Kenya. That's my Kenya. Let's move on to the second question on the Menti platform. Everything happening on your phone, but I'll still come back to this shortly as the band prepares itself. My Kenya. My Kenya. Very important to note. Are we able to get a bit of sound? Technical team, thank you so much for your work. Okay. Technical team. Thank you, technical team. As we prepare to start, technical team, is it possible you could help me with the sound, please? You can lower it a bit. Sound, please. Thank you so much. You can just lower it just a bit so that we balance it. And then the technical team, please confirm anytime one of our precious delegates speaks, is it possible for us to see them on the screen? That will be very important. so that we create that inclusivity principle at play. So kindly advise me on that. But in the meantime, there are two things we've already unleashed. The first one, as you're seated, there is somebody seated next to you who will be present, alive, 100 years to come when none of us will be here. What is the message you'd want to pass to them? David spoke to us. Thank you, David. The way you're seated, the way you're focused, will they be grateful that you were part of Kenya even before they were born? The second thing we're bringing to your attention is our future truth. Sheikh Osman ametuambia tumeiva kisiasa, na wengine wetu hapa watasema kivipi? Lakini it's the power of a vision. You speak it until it becomes, because as you speak it, you begin to act towards it. Na Anthony pia ametuzungumzia. Thank you, Anthony. Then there's the third aspect we've also spoken about, that if we can work as a team just as this police band, then we will achieve a lot. So that elections are not about do or die or win or lose, but it's literally passing a baton to the next generation, because all of us are in the same team. And if one of us fails, all of us have failed. Good to see you. Good to see you. Just a general feel of our program, if we could kindly go to the main screen. Let's go to the main screen just to appreciate the program that we have. You can give me a bit of sound. Our program is loaded. Loaded. We want to appreciate our chief guest who will be joining us later on, Honorable Lady Chief Justice Martha Koome. We're also expecting the Speaker, National Assembly of Kenya. Thank you, Madam Joyce. We're about to start, and I'd kindly request those who are still outside, please make your way inside so that we can start together. Police band, this is your moment because you inspire us. It's possible, take it to that place where all of us can be upstanding, celebrating our beautiful country. But for those who are outside, please make your way inside so that we can start. Police band, take it away, take it away, take it away. Thank you for coming.
And thanks too.
Very
And
well.
how are you?
Salama.
Thank you for coming too.
Asante.
Karibu nyumbani.
Nashukuru.
We're here.
You good? Very well, thank you. Vipi bro? Karibu sana. Nashukuru Mungu. Nashukuru. Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Elvis.
Elvis. Karibu bro. Asante. Sure. That's thank you so much. What's your name? How are you?
Just right opposite the pickup.
Wow.
Yes. Lakini naona umeomoka.
Nashukuru Mungu.
You
Asante.
still come to sit up?
Once in a while, but the one in Gong.
Ah, you want to go? Ah, all right. Keep doing the good work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You okay? All right. You changed it already?
Yeah, there was one slide there. Chair, nice chair.
Oh, so that there was a... Oh, yeah. Let me get my iPad. Aha. So shortly our chief guest will be coming in. So let us be settled. Please find a seat. For those still standing, please find your seat. We should be starting in a moment. Thank you so much. Our chief guest and her delegation on their way.
They're here.
So distinguished delegates, Asante Mheshimiwa Muturi, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. In a moment, our chief guest and her delegation will be coming in. But for now, I'd kindly request that we take our seats, ready to kick off. Aha.
These ones are there. So up to here we are okay.
Fantastic.
And if you from here,
That's okay.
they are coming in.
Wow, naomba tusimame tafadhali. Let us be upstanding. Thank you so much for your leadership. The IEBC chairman and commissioners. Excellent. I'd kindly request that we remain standing. We're ready to kick off, and we'll kick off with the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem. Please band. Excellent. And in the spirit of the band, did you notice you didn't identify individual band members? You just identified the entire band. So I'd kind of request that you walk to about 5 people and greet them and say, we are Kenyans. We are the protectors of our nation. Greet them, greet them. Excellent. And once you do that, now we can pray together as one team. It is on the screen. Together, 3, 2, 1. Almighty God of all creation, most sovereign, pure and merciful, we are grateful for the privilege to serve our motherland. We acknowledge you to be the source of life and giver of wisdom. We seek your guidance and pray that you order our steps as we strive to deliver on our constitutional mandate. As we commit to serve our beloved country, meet the democratic aspirations of the people of Kenya, Almighty God, we pray that you guide the work of our hands, may foster sustainable democracy in our country. Bless Kenya, bless this commission, and grant us peace, love, and unity now and forevermore. A big round of applause as we give thanks to God, and you may also kindly take your seats. Thank you so much indeed. It's an honor to have all of you present. Many thanks for being here. If you could kindly, excellent. Let's just have the screen ready. We want to celebrate a very powerful team, ladies and gentlemen. These are our soldiers. They chose to serve our country. We want to appreciate the chairperson. A big round of applause for the chairperson. Ethelon, thank you so much, Ethicon. We have Vice Chairperson Fahima Arafat Dala. A big round of applause. Thank you very much. Dr. Ann Njeri Nderitu, a commissioner as well. Makofi yake tafadhali. We also have Dr. Alutalala Mokwana, makofi yake tafadhali. We also have Mary Karen Sorobit. A big round of applause for her. And Hassan Nur Hassan, a big round of applause for him. Thank you so much. And we also have Professor Francis Diambo Aduol, makofi yake tafadhali. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off. And as we kick off, the launch of the Strategic Plan 2024-2029 and Election Operation Plan 2025-2027, we want to appreciate our Chief Guest, Lady Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Lady Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and President of the Supreme Court, Martha Koome. I want to appreciate the Speaker of the National Assembly, Speaker of the Senate, Cabinet Secretary, Attorney General, Chairperson, Council of Governors, Governor Nairobi City County, of course the IEBC Chairperson, makofi yake nyingine tafadhali, the Chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions and Independent Offices, members of the IEBC and other constitutional commissions and independent offices, representatives of foreign missions and diplomatic corps, a big round of applause for them, principal secretaries, development partners, IEBC Acting Commission Secretary, makofi yake tafadhali, leaders of political parties, representatives of the judiciary, constitutional commissions and independent offices, ministries, departments and agencies, representatives of civil society organizations, faith-based organizations and media IEBC staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, karibuni. Mr. Douglas, where is Mr. Douglas? Mr. Douglas is here with his son Hadforce. Today, he could have been here with his son and daughter, but unfortunately the daughter died during the 2007-2008 post-election violence. Douglas, if you're here, we just want to see you wave, and your son. There is Douglas at the back. If the cameras can focus on him, and Hadforce, your son. Where is your son, Hadforce? Thank you so much. You can just stand. Let's just focus on them for a moment. Thank you so much. We want to celebrate. Oh, please come, courtesy of the IEBC chairperson. Please come forward. A big round of applause for them. It's a sad story, but at the same time, it tells us about the power and force of resilience. Wow, makofi yao tafadhali. And just briefly, because when we're talking about this strategic plan, it's not just a document. When you're talking about election operation plan, it's not a document. It's so that we can safeguard the future of this country. And so that you and I, who are parents, will realize we have a responsibility to protect this country. Just briefly, in 1 minute, just share with us what happened until today. Douglas.
Hi everyone. I will talk in Swahili. The year 2007, nilikuwa na my family, of which hiyo time ndio tulipata hiyo jangwa, wakati yenye machafuko yalikuwa, ndio hao watoto walizaliwa. Hiyo time tukiwa tu harakati ya kukimbizana hapa na pale, hapo Kibra, ndio tukiwa tunaenda hiyo harakati ya mama kujifungua, ndio tulipata hiyo jangwa. Jua watoto walizaliwa wawili. Sasa ile kushtuka, ndio mama alikalia mtoto na akakosa hewa, lakini tulimanage kuokoa mmoja, of which saizi ndio huyu amemaliza shule, anataka kujoin university, of which mpaka wa leo imekuwa ikiniumiza sana. Na baada ya kuniumiza mpaka wa leo, hata sija kuwa sawa mpaka wa leo, kichwa ije kuwa sawa. Ndio baadaye tena nimekuja tena nimepata accident. Kwa hiyo harakati bado hiyo uchungu na hiyo makovu bado yajetoka kwa kichwa mpaka wa leo. Sawa, asanteni.
Asante sana Bwana Douglas. Makofi yao tafadhali. Hadforce, that's why we are here. Ndo kwa maana tuko hapa kama wa Kenya. Sheikh Osman alituambia tuko hapa kabila tofauti, ili historia isirudiwe, lakini mambo mazuri fanya nini? Yaendelee, sivyo? Sasa tuko hapa tujenge Kenya yetu kwa pamoja. Bwana Douglas, Hadforce, you'll also have a responsibility to safeguard our country. Sawa sawa, tuko pamoja. Makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you so much for sharing. Very quickly as we kick off, thank you so much for that sharing. As we get the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, consider the lions on that emblem. I don't think it's just for tourism, but it basically means you and I are the protectors of this nation. And we are here to protect it. And that's why we are launching the IEBC Strategic Plan 2024-2029 and the Election Operation Plan 2025-2027. We will never go back to the past. It's going to be a bigger, better Kenya. Turn to the person seated next to you and tell them it's going to be a bigger, better Kenya. Bigger, better Kenya, because you and I came together and said we'll protect our country. Let's now invite our first speaker. Let's have the screen ready, please.
He is a distinguished electoral administrator and strategic leader with over 16 years of experience in democratic governance and election management. As the acting commission secretary and CEO of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, he provides strategic leadership and institutional oversight, drawing on extensive experience in electoral operations, voter registration and election administration. Please welcome Moses Ledama Sunkuli.
Our chief guest, the Honorable Lady Justice, the President of the Supreme Court, I believe she's on her way, coming, Speaker of the National Assembly or his representative, Speaker of the Senate or the representative of the Speaker of the Senate, any cabinet secretaries who are here, Chairperson of the Council of Governors, Honorable His Excellency Ahmed Abdullahi, the representative of the Governor of Nairobi, who is our host here today, Chairperson of Constitutional Commissions and Independent Offices, members of the IEBC and the constitutional and other constitutional offices, representatives of foreign missions, principal secretaries who are here today, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, all other representatives who are here today, staff of IEBC, I wish to greet you good morning. Good morning once again, Hamjambo. As you have already heard, I am Moses Ledama Sunkuli, the Acting Commission Secretary and CEO of IEBC. I wish to take a very brief moment, because this is not my day, it's the day of my chairman, who will be speaking to you at length, to say that it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this auspicious occasion as we launch the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Strategic Plan 2024-2029 and the Election Operation Plan. Your presence here today underscores our shared commitment to strengthen Kenya's democratic institutions such as the IEBC. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to express my sincere appreciation to the chairperson of IEBC, Erastus Edung Ethekon, and members of the Commission for your exemplary leadership by prioritizing these foundational documents that we are launching here today since you came into office. I also want to thank the Secretariat of the Commission, the staff of the Commission, especially the Technical Working Group, for the splendid job that you have done to bring us this far, and all stakeholders for the decisions that you have provided to making this day a success. Your dedication, valuable contribution made the development and the realization of these two documents possible. May I convey my heartfelt gratitude to the various arms of government, to the partners, and especially so, Elgia and my brother Felix, the ED of Elgia. Thank you very much for making it possible. Many people will not know what you have done behind the scenes to make this a success. Thank you very much, Elgia, and all other institutions that have continued to support us as a commission to strengthen Kenya's democratic space. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to once again thank you very much, welcome you to this great day, to this beautiful day, and wish you all well. And God bless Kenya, God bless IBC, and God bless all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much indeed for the welcoming remarks. Questions? Oh, what's this strategic plan all about? Well, it's time to find out.
He is a distinguished scholar, engineer and geospatial science expert, currently serving as a commissioner of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, where he chairs the Research, Innovation, Information and Communication Technology Committee. Widely respected for his contributions to university education, student placement systems, boundary review processes and technological innovation, he remains a leading voice in academia and national development. Please welcome Professor Francis Odhiambo Aduol.
Our chief guest, I understand she's on the way, Chief Justice of Kenya, Chairman of IBC, Erastus Ethekon, Chairs of Constitutional Commissions and Independent Officers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, all the distinguished guests who have come to support us as IBC this morning, IBC staff, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, all of us. As you've been told, my name is Francis Aduol, Commissioner at IEBC. I think I'm here because I chair the Committee on Research, Innovation, and ICT, and also the Committee on Boundaries Delimitation. The Committee on Research, Innovation, and ICT is the one that is responsible for driving the preparation of the strategic plan. And to that extent, therefore, I'm here to make a very brief presentation on what the strategic plan of IEBC 2024-2029 is about. You will notice we are presenting this in 2026. The strategic plan itself is 2024-2029. So strictly speaking, we should have presented this before 2024 started. But we are presenting it today, not because the part that is covered from 2024-2026 has been ignored. You will be aware that the current commission, commissioners joined the commission last year, slightly over 11 months now. And when we got in, the strategic plan was already being developed, and a big part of it was already completed. But we thought, as commissioners, that we needed to interact with it a little bit more intensively as new commissioners so that we could bring in our own thinkings of where we think we would like to take the commission. So what is being presented as today has received input from before the time we arrived at the commission and from the time we have been at the commission, and therefore all of us as commissioners and staff of IBC and stakeholders with whom we have consulted are agreed that this is the strategic plan that we should present to the people of Kenya. The strategic plan has strictly, therefore, been an engagement of people even beyond IEBC itself. We have worked with stakeholders and especially consultants who have given us their inputs, and we took these opportunities to interrogate the thinkings that go into this strategic plan today. So in summary, we're looking at a unified roadmap to strengthen inclusivity, integrity, efficiency, and credibility of elections in Kenya. This is what we are anchoring the strategic plan on. And the scope therefore covers institutional transformation alongside operational readiness for election delivery. This is coming to us as we approach 2027. So a lot of, a big chunk of the strategic plan is focusing on 2027 and a little, therefore, what is going to happen after the 2027 election. Intended impact: stronger electoral governance, enhanced public confidence, and stronger institutional efficiency. The vision, you'll be told, is a credible electoral management body committed to deepening democracy in Kenya. We want to underline the word deepening, and then democracy in Kenya. We are considering that Kenyan democracy is at a point where we are now maturing, and what we need to be looking at is how do we go further in the process of our democracy. And so we are talking about deepening our democracy through electoral process. The mission is to conduct inclusive, credible, and efficient elections and undertake boundary delimitation for equitable representation and sustainable democracy. That statement is loaded in a number of ways. First of all, inclusivity, credible and efficient elections. The first part of IEBC is about elections. And so we are underlining the word elections here. And then to undertake boundary delimitation for equitable representation, and then all of this for the sustainability of our democracy. You will see down there that the Commission's clarion is Kura Yako, Sauti Yako. Our strategic priorities, key results area number 1 is managing elections, which anchors everything that we are looking at at IBC. And KRA number 2 is citizen engagement and participation. This commission, since it got into office, has put a lot of emphasis on engagement with stakeholders, and especially the citizen of Kenya. And so we are giving a lot of priority to this in the strategic plan. Then equitable representation. This will come in particularly when we come to look at the boundaries, the constituencies, the wards through which we get represented. And so that takes the second part, equitable representation. We want to ensure that Kenyans are properly represented in the various institutions of governance, parliament, and at county levels, and that IEBC is concerned with. And then institutional resilience. This is looking at us internally at IEBC. How do we proceed? How do we ensure that we are strong enough to conduct our operations within the framework of elections and boundary delimitation and everything else that goes with it? How strong and sustainable is IEB supposed to be? Those are the questions that we are attempting to respond to in the strategic plan. So we are talking about efficient planning, enabling legal framework, technology adoption, voter registration and delivery of credible elections, and voter education, stakeholder partnership, integrity, coordination, and collaboration and election observation, and then boundary review and inclusion of marginalized and special interest groups. We have spent a lot of time thinking about how to deal with marginalized and special interest groups. How do we include them in the operations of IEBC and in the general proper governance of our country? And then governance, risk and compliance, resourcing and evidence-based decision making. Now the key outcomes and metrics that we are expecting will be credible and inclusive elections delivered in line with constitutional timelines, strengthened citizen trust and active participation in electoral process, fair and equitable representation through periodic boundary review and use of party lists, and resilient institutional capacity with robust monitoring and reporting. We have indicated there what it is going to cost, but that is for the entire period of the strategic plan. And implementation of this and governance, so in the short term, of course, is launch and plan activation, which is what we are doing now. And then in the medium term, we are going to focus on elections 2027. And post-elections 2027, which we are considering long term, will be concerned with institutional consolidation. So as we look at governance, we are saying we want to focus. Implementation is overseen by commissions, relevant officers, guided by a results-based monitoring, evaluation, and reporting framework with monthly and quarterly and annual reviews. All that we are saying there is that we promise that we are going to monitor the strategic plan, and to the extent that we will use the strategic plan to guide the operations of IEBC. So this document is not just going to be a nice piece of document that we'll file somewhere, and then after that we do things the way we like. We are very committed to monitoring the strategic plan to ensure that we stay within it. And today, we ask you as Kenyans and people of goodwill who have come to support us today, that delivering this strategic plan is a shared responsibility. We are looking at strengthened public participation, and we all have a role to build our democracy. So we hope to champion voter education and broader citizen engagement so that Kenyans actively shape and trust every stage of the electoral process. This particular point we have emphasized very strongly in the last few months, especially as we were involved with voter registration. We have kept on preaching to us as Kenyans that it is important for us to come and participate in the electoral process. This is a point we are trying to emphasize here. It is actually not an option for us to participate in electoral process, because it is what determined how our country and how ourselves are governed. And strictly speaking, it is a responsibility for each one of us as citizens to participate in the electoral process. Secondly, deepen partnerships and collaborations. Development partners and stakeholders to work with the Commission, sharing technical expertise and coordinated support. This, again, we're underlining here partners and stakeholders. Must say, and I'm sure the chairman is going to bring out this point, in the short time that we have been at the Commission, we have tried to engage with everybody possible, everybody we think could help the Commission to achieve its objectives in the most efficient and most effective manner. And we have been engaged with several partners and stakeholders to this extent. And in full and safeguard a credible 2027 elections. We are looking forward to having sufficient funds to ensure that we are able to deliver elections in 2027 in the best way possible. And then, of course, to use the experience of 2027 even to plan for future elections. This is what this strategic plan is about. Obviously, the detailed version of the plan will be available to yourselves so that you can be able to interrogate these points that I have tried to outline in a much deeper manner. Otherwise, thank you very much for your patience and even for listening to me. Good day.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that presentation. We all have a role to build our democracy. Kura yako, kura yako. Asante sana, na pia police band wana sauti yao. Police band, karibuni sana. Naomba tuweze kusimama tunapomkaribisha our chief guest, the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court. Band tafadhali. Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. Karibu sana. We celebrate you, Lady Chief Justice. Asante sana. Naomba sote tuweze kuketi ili tuendelee na ratiba yetu. Asanteni sana. Bas. Wow. Our Kenya. Our chief guest. We've just been briefed, given a highlight of the strategic plan, and the clarion call was, we all have a role to play to build our democracy. And there is a tagline I hope every Kenyan will pick from today. Kura yako, kura yako. Asante sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, what is this about election operation? Is it just an English term, or is it actually a plan? Let's find out in a moment. Let's have the screen ready.
She is an accomplished elections and governance specialist with over 2 decades of experience in public administration, electoral management, and institutional leadership. Currently serving as an IEBC commissioner in charge of election operations, she is widely recognized for her transformative leadership, having previously served as Registrar of Political Parties and CEO of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Please welcome Dr. Anne Nderitu.
Our guest of honor, the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, the diplomatic corps represented here, the UN fraternity, the chairman of IBC and the vice chair of IBC, all commissioners, all political party representatives present here, and all the speakers who are in the program today. In the interest of time, allow me to really recognize all of you and the distinguished guests this morning as we launched our strategic plan and our elections operation plan. I start by saying that we are gathered here this morning because we are moving together the journey of managing elections. And I want to stay right on the onset that election is not for IBC. Elections is for all of us. Elections is a citizen-driven activity, and as we then present the operation plan, our interest that we shall all get involved and ensure that we really do our part in every part. And IBC, we shall do our part. So finally, we shall deliver a credible election when we are all together. Ladies and gentlemen, I start with a quote that the spirit that prevails among men of all degree, of all ages and sexes, is the spirit of participation and the spirit of getting included, and therefore the spirit of liberty. That is according to Abigail Adams, 1775, when he was talking about democracy. The theme of the operation plan and the strategic plan is inclusion and participation in deepening Kenya's democracy. So from the onset, we intend that we shall be as inclusive as possible. And the operation plan only highlight a few of those things that we shall want your inclusion. And I don't want to belabor what Professor have already done because the operation plan stems from the strategic plan. It's only breaking down the activities and the issues that we shall deal with when we are managing elections. As you have been told, my name is Anne Derito. I'm the chair election operation, which also include voter registration. Let me go direct to the plan. The purpose of the scope and scope of the operation plan, the EOP is a comprehensive framework for the effective conduct of 2027 general election, anchored in the IBC strategic plan 2024-2029. Our EOP is 2025 to 2027. It provides a structured roadmap, coordinating implementation and monitoring all the activities. It has several objectives. Objective number 1 outlines the key areas, electoral activities for timely implementation. It also ensures transparency, accountability, and compliance to the legal framework governing elections in Kenya. It fosters stakeholder engagement and citizen participation, and also enhances institutional resilience. There are 4 areas of managing of the 2027, as anchored also in the strategic plan. We shall be looking at managing elections. With this include legal reforms, voter registration, logistics training, conduct of the general election and post-election, and dispute resolution election technology. In this one, you can see there are many, many players. So it's not only IBC. We expect that legal reform, voter registration, and the dispute resolution and all, we have other stakeholders, including our guest of honor today. The second one is citizen engagement, where we expect that voter education and outreach, stakeholder partnership and stakeholder engagement and election observation, all that it's an outward-looking key strategic area where we expect every stakeholder and every person to be involved. KRE number 3 is equitable representation, inclusive policies for marginalized groups, allocation of party list, that is included, and political parties are present here as we discuss this. We have seen before where there have been quite a number of complaints when it comes to party list. So we really want to focus this time. We work together to have a very inclusive party list that is participatory, even at the political party level. Then number 4, we have institutional resilience, which is we are looking at our corporate governance, compliance, communication, our human resource, and all that relates to internal capacity of IBC. Then we have the critical timelines. Just in summary, when you finally get the copy of strategic plan, you shall see very many timelines. But there are very critical timelines that we need to really highlight, just as a snapshot. Because I want to submit that election is not about guesswork. It's actually actual management, and when timelines are set, they are not for purposes of decoration. They're actually timelines that are supposed to be followed. And going forward, I know for sure we shall continue engaging. The first timelines, an election of presidents of the Republic of Kenya, election of the president together with all the other elections shall be held on second Tuesday, August 10th, 2027. That is cast in stone. Election shall be there and shall be held on Tuesday, 10th August 2027. A public officer who intends to contest in the general election shall resign from public office within 6 months before the date of election, which is Tuesday, 9th February 2027. That is the end date. If you want to contest, you must have resigned by that date. Political parties shall submit their party membership list to the Commission on or before Tuesday, 16th March 2027. And that is also the end date. You cannot come later than that. Political parties intending to present candidates in the general election shall submit the names of persons. These are aspirants who intend to contest in party primaries, and the date and venue of party primaries on and before that 16th of March. You can see that this date relates to the previous date, where the party membership list is being certified by the registrar and it's also brought to the commission. A political party intending to present candidate to the general election shall conduct its party primaries and resolve all the intra-dispute on and before Sunday, 9th May 2027. A candidate intending to participate in the elections as independent candidate shall not be a member of any registered political party on and before 9th of May 2027. This being at least 3 months before the general election, according to Article 85 of the Constitution. So it's upon a person to choose whether you want to be a party candidate or you want to be an independent candidate. Candidates intending to participate in these elections as independent candidates shall submit their names and symbols that they intend to use during the elections to the Commission on or before Saturday, 9th May 2027. The days for the nomination of political party candidates and independent candidates for the general election shall be between Saturday 29th of May 2027 and Friday 11th of June 2027. After that, we shall have, of course, the registration of candidates. The nomination paper shall be delivered by the candidate to the chairperson of Independent Electoral Commission and bounded between the hours of 8 o'clock in the morning to the afternoon, between the hours of 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at a place that shall be designated by the Commission. Dispute relating to or arising from nomination shall be determined within 10 days of the lodging of the dispute within the Commission. The lodging of the dispute shall not be later than Saturday, June 12th, 2027. The campaign period for purposes of Tuesday, 10th August 2027, general elections shall commence on Saturday, 29th of May, and cease on the Saturday, 7th August, being 48 hours before the general election day, which is Tuesday, 10th August. The campaign time shall run from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. each during the campaign, each day during the campaign period. Participating political parties and independent candidates shall appoint and submit to the Commission the name of national, county, constituency, elections agents, and polling station agents on or before Tuesday, 27th July 2027. And we expect that after that, we shall have the training of agents, and then agents will go down to train the respective polling station agents. If the general elections are contested, the poll will take place on Tuesday, 10th, in the respective gazetted electoral areas. So we are saying if they are contested, if there's only one candidate, the chairman will have a very easy time to just announce the result. Yeah, so we can never be sure that they are contested, but we shall see as we go along when the candidate present themselves. I think in a nutshell, almost concluding, we look at that timeline, roadmap to August 2027, where we are starting from party membership list. That and the aspirants, that become the start of really top gear preparation for elections. But before then, there are so many other activities that you shall find in the timelines. Candidate nominations is there, voter registration. We intend to conduct voter registration, one other voter registration drive, funds being available within the end of this year and early next year. And we expect that voter registration shall be closed and certified by the 12th of June 2027. As you already know, the register must close 6 months to the general election for purposes of audit and certification. Then we shall hold the election. Ladies and gentlemen, the general operation readiness towards the general election is about voter registration. We already have registered 2.6 during the mass drive that we had, and the CVL. but our target is that we shall have registered 6.3 million. We also want to talk about the upgrade of technology. We shall have upgraded, secure, and verifiable system for registration, voting, and result management. We know technology is a key driver in election management, and we are very careful and very intentional on how we are getting into that. Logistic and procurement, early planning, and streamlined procurement for timely and material deployment as we procure, as we get the technology. For example, we shall engage the stakeholders on the same. IEBC, and we have said election is not guesswork, election is for the people. So we shall engage all the stakeholders to see and evaluate the technology that we shall be using. Training, cascaded training, and then finally, we have the moat security, election security, which is very important. We have the moat agency coordination through the election security arrangement program, where the chair of that is Commissioner Hassan Noor, who we are working together to ensure that election is secure, and we shall be engaging all the security agencies about election. Ladies and gentlemen, on risk management, EOP is an enterprise-wide risk management framework addressing 8 key risk areas: the legal risk, insufficient registration and delayed enactment; political risk, including lack of stakeholder support, and that's why we are here today to request for stakeholder support; and electoral-related violence; financial risk, including less funding and budgetary limitation. Then we have technological risk, including system obsoleteness, data security breaches, and cyber threat. It's a risk which we are alive to and we shall be addressing and mitigating. Operational risk, including voter apathy, procurement dispute, staff profiling, which we are requesting this time round. Let's not profile staff because they are Kenyans. We are only coming here to manage an election, a duty that must be done by a Kenyan. Please, we request that you do not profile us. We mean well, engage us if we err and we have anything that, so that we address that risk. We also have the issue of reputational risk, including negative publicity, misinformation, disinformation, especially in this era of AI. Environmental hazard, including adverse climatic conditions and natural disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, I may not dwell on how we shall mitigate that risk in the interest of time, but kindly note that we are very deliberate about electoral-related violence, which especially affects some of the marginalized groups like women and youth and a person with disability. We shall be engaging stakeholders to ensure that violence, these elections, is not violent. Just like this person who came here and talked about 2007. These stories should not come after 2027. We shall do our part as IEBC. Please let every stakeholder also do their part. So, ladies and gentlemen, we intend also to have a very robust security on the data protection and ensuring that our register and personal data is actually protected. In conclusion, we are committed, the Commission commits to implement the Elections Operation Plan 2025-2027, which shall gear towards fair and impartiality in all our operations, professionalism and strict adherence to the law, transparency in our operations and resource utilization, accountability in the use of public resources, responsiveness to stakeholder concern, and also feedback. The successful delivery of 2027 elections requires coordinated action among all the stakeholders and all players. The IEBC remains committed to safeguarding the sovereignty of the people and the will of the people of Kenya and advancing constitutional transformation through credible, verifiable, free and fair elections. And we invite the stakeholders to join us because this is our country. We only have one country. We must protect it. We must really gear ourselves to making Kenya great. We are already a giant in election management. Kindly help us to step to the next level. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. We only have one country, elections, a citizen-driven activity, and we must deliver credible elections. The spirit of participation, inclusion, is the spirit of liberty. But without stakeholder engagement, without strategic partnership, then we will be just talking about launching some documents. And that's why we really want to appreciate the strategic partnership of Algeria, supporting both financially from the beginning of the strategic plan documentation, election operation plan documentation, and even to its implementation. And today it's also a call for other stakeholders. We also want to appreciate the British High Commission, which is also very well ably represented here. Up next, we want to listen to some key parties in the spirit of stakeholder engagement. Because of time, we'll only give you about 3 minutes. Once you hear this sound, that's a gong. It means your time is up, and that we'd kindly request that you wind up. Okay, to start us off, please welcome on the screen, let's have the Executive Director, Electoral Law and Governance Institute for Africa, Algeria, Felix Awor, key party, key financier, key strategic partner. Karibu sana, good to see you again. Asante sana.
I hope my 3 minutes have not begun. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to adopt the protocol that has been elaborately outlined by the overall Masters of Ceremony, as well as the CEO of the Electoral Commission, save to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Guest, the Honorable Chief Justice, and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, the Chairperson, Commissioners, and staff of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, the British High Commission, and all members of the diplomatic corps, political party leaders, government representatives, development partners, civil society organizations, the media. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In normal times, I would have associated myself fully with the remarks expressed by the acting CEO, because he spoke for both himself and myself, especially when he acknowledged the fact that today is the day for the chair and the commissioners and the commission itself, as well as the people of Kenya. But allow me to make very, very brief remarks. And on behalf of Algeria, we are indeed very grateful for the partnership and the collaboration that we have had with IEBC, and indeed organizations who are represented here today. And we are indeed very privileged to witness the launch of these two, the Elections Operations Plan, as well as the Strategic Plan. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the IEBC for reaching this important milestone. The development of these two foundational documents reflect foresight, commitment, and a clear determination to strengthen electoral governance and democratic development in Kenya. We take great pride to have partnered with the Commission in the development of these two documents, as well as to support the launch that we are having here today. The strategic plan provides a roadmap for institutional growth and resilience over the next 5 years, while the Elections Operations Plan translates that vision into practical actions that will support the effective delivery of the Commission's constitutional mandate. Together, they demonstrate a commitment to planning, accountability, and continuous improvement, qualities that are indispensable for any institution entrusted with safeguarding democracy. Let me take this opportunity to thank the leadership of the Commission, led by its chairperson, Erastus Ethekon, in working closely with us and seeking the necessary support to ensure the strategic plan sees the light of day and indeed this is the day. In this regard, I wish to acknowledge the painstaking efforts and the many hours the technical staff of IEBC as well as LG are committed to ensuring successful completion of the two documents. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1861, in Poughkeepsie, New York, on his way to his first inauguration, President Abraham Lincoln made his famous speech that reinforced the significance of the institutions and the duty of the citizens to preserve those institutions in a democracy. He said, and I quote, it is with your aid as the people that I think we shall be able to preserve not the country, for the country will preserve itself, but the institutions of the country, those institutions which have made us free, intelligent, and happy. Democracy thrives when institutions are strong, independent, accountable, and adequately reinforced, resourced to perform their mandates. It is for this reason that LG remains firmly committed to supporting governance and democratic development initiatives that strengthen public institutions and enhance citizens' confidence in the democratic processes both in Kenya and in Africa. And it is equally for this reason that we take pride in the partnership and collaboration with most institutions represented here today, including the judiciary, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties themselves, as well as the CSOs who are here today. Strong democratic institutions do not emerge by chance. They are built through deliberate investment in systems, leadership, planning, innovation, and continuous institutional development. They require long-term partnerships that prioritize institutional strengthening and support evidence-based reforms. As LGR, we commit to this long-term partnership to support where necessary and see IEBC deliver on its constitutional mandate. The launch we're witnessing here today, ladies and gentlemen, is therefore not simply the unveiling of planning documents. And let me also stress that the Elections Operations Plan, while representing a useful guide and timelines in the electoral cycle is not an end by itself, but a means to an end. The first time Kenya developed an election operations plan, the Electoral Commission developed the elections operations plan was in the year 2002. And in 2002, the interest of the then ECK chairman, the late Samuel Kivuitu, was simply to translate the timelines that were provided in the National Assembly and the Presidential Elections Act, now repealed, to a simplified handbook. And thereafter, then, the Elections Operations Plan was born. In every election since 2002, including the disputed 2007 elections, the ECK, or the Election Management Body, developed an Elections Operations Plan, 2007, 2013, 2017, 2022, and now we have developed one. So it's a testament that the Elections Operations Plan is not an end unto itself, and that its successful implementation will require concerted efforts for us, all of us represented in this room. So it's on that spirit that we have supported this process, and it is on that spirit that we will continue to partner with IEBC and indeed other electoral and governance institutions in Kenya. Let me say this as I close. Again, to once again congratulate the Commission for this significant achievement. We commend the leadership, staff, and the technical team who have contributed to the development of this plan. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the British High Commission for its support to LGR and the Kenya Integrated Institutional Strengthening Program that involves working with key civil society organizations in public finance, anti-corruption, as well as strengthening the integrity of the electoral process. We thank you for keeping the faith with Kenya, especially during this time when foreign and development aid has dwindled and there are geopolitical issues that are affecting different parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of LGR, let me once again say that we will continue to work with the Commission on this journey, especially in the implementation of the strategic plan, as well as the Elections Operations Plan. May God strengthen our resolve towards a credible 2027 general elections. May God bless this country we love. I thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your strategic partnership. We're now ready For the next speaker, 3 minutes. But in the meantime, just get your phones, get your phones, get your phones, get your phones. Let's have the Menti spot. Get your phones. As we listen to the different stakeholders, we also want to engage you on your phone. We are asking you, what kind of Kenya do you envision? We want you to envision, so that when we say kura yako, sauti yako, that's how we'll get there. So you can scan the QR code. If you're joining us online as well, you can scan the QR code as well. So send your comments, your ideas. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes. Let's have Mr. Evans Misati, Chairperson, National Steering Committee. Karibu sana. 3 minutes. Once you start talking, the clock starts ticking. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. You have actually ambushed me because I was looking at the program and I saw my name was much later. So, but nevertheless, I still take the floor. Let me start by standing with the protocol as it has already been established. But let me say that the President of the Supreme Court, Mother Justice Koome, Chairperson of the IPC and the Commissioners of constitutional commissions which are represented here, the leaders of political parties, good morning. As it has been said, my name is Evans Misati. Misati sits in as the chair of the Political Parties Liaison Committee, PPLC, which is a statutory body, Section 38 of our Political Parties Act. And our main mandate is to ensure that there is free, fair electoral processes in engagement. And in the tripartite arrangement of the IPC, the registrar of political parties, and all the 96 registered political parties. Now, today, we are witnessing the launch of the strategic plan and the election operation plan 2025-2027. Let it be known that the representative of the political parties, we were invited to the Kenya School of Government, where I brought in the members of the subcommittees. The Political Parties Liaison Committee has got subcommittees which we use to learn the political parties. And the invitation by IPC here, we want to thank IPC because they have involved us in their collaboration in the process of coming up with this election plan. Nevertheless, there are some of the things that we cannot change. We cannot change, for instance, the date of 10th. But I want to encourage the Commission, through the chairperson, that the last time I checked, the opposition, the government, all the political parties, when they are campaigning, they are saying, hii kitu wanachukua, we are taking this thing. Be it opposition, be it government. So now it's upon you as the IPC, as the referee, to make sure that the person who takes, the other one has no complaint. And I want to tell you that IPC, I want to encourage you that what I saw, the first person, the person who stood here about what happened in 2007, 2008, which was the reason why the Kirigira Commission recommended PPLC as a platform of engagement. Because when a chairman, if you look at the opposition, they have what they call their irreducible minimums. And if you look at the government, or rather whatever, they might have irreducible minimums. And the other political parties can have their irreducible minimums. So now, how will you work with all these irreducible minimums from all of us? The only platform that will give you a solution is PPLC, because that is the registered platform for us to engage. The funny thing about politicians, the last time I checked, if you take the irreducible minimum of one, the others will come with directly opposite irreducible minimums. So you have to see how to handle this thing. You don't have an option. You have to address us in the plenary of PPLC. If anybody has any issues, he brings it to the plenary. That is where we want to sort it out. Because in political parties, if somebody has an issue with the field, he is not the only player in that field. We are all players in that field. And for your information, the other political parties who have been keeping quiet now, I'm in charge of 50 of them who are now going to declare where the presidential vote is. So where I will be deciding, that is where the presidential vote will be. So as we finish, Chairman, we have a few challenges. I'm happy the president of the courts are here. We have had the pronouncements from the courts regarding the educational standards. We'll be petitioning either Parliament to ensure that we registrate some of the requirements, because we are going to see a situation where a PhD holder and a Form 2 dropout will be the same as per what IBC has told us. So we must have as a country some educational standards. Lastly, let me talk about the campaign financing, which I'm sure you are required, again from the court's judgments, you are required to do public participation and do gazettement of regulations. We have issues in Kenya. Unless we want to do it as a formality, we need to engage, and the weak link is with the citizenry. The citizenry, I have a problem with the politicians. They think they are hitting the roots. And the politicians, they think they are spending their money. And by the way, there is no politicians who gives free money. So the citizenry must be told that this money you are taking either in handouts, in one way or the other, it must be returned. So the weak link must be addressed from the citizenry, because they are the ones who demand for handouts, hence pushing the politicians to use more money in elections. I wish you well, and I want to ask that God bless Kenya, and the 2027 be a free and fair elections. Asanteni.
Evans Misati, thank you so much. Up next, for the next 3 minutes, let's have the screen ready. Honorable Josephat Lodea Lowoi, Secretary, Head, Minorities and Marginalized Affairs Unit, Executive Office of the President. 3 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. The Chief Guest, Chief Justice, the President of the Supreme Court, the Chairman of IBC, Vice Chair, all the commissioners, all distinguished guests here today, and for inclusivity purposes, the leaders of the United Alternative Government, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to join you today at the launch of the IBC Strategic Plan 2024-2029 and the Election Operational Plan 2025-2027. I thank the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for inviting the Executive Office of the President through the Minorities and Marginalized Affairs Unit to contribute to this important national conversation on inclusion and participation in deepening Kenya's democracy. Democracy is strongest when every citizen has an equal opportunity to participate in shaping the destiny of their nation. Elections are not merely about casting votes. They are about ensuring that every Kenyan feels seen, is heard, counted, and represented. Unfortunately, for many years, ethnic minorities and the marginalized communities have remained at the periphery of Kenyans' electoral processes. Communities such as Ogiek, El Molo, Wata, El Chamus, Yaku, Nubian, Sakuye, Sengwer, Talai, Enrois, and many others have historically faced barriers that limited their effective participation in governance and electoral processes. The barriers include lack of identity documents, and I say this, more than 2 million of those communities have no identity cards, just to start before even taking the electoral voting cards. Geographical isolation, low civic education, language challenges, inadequate voter registration services, limited representation in elective and appointive positions. Allow me at the onset to commend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for the successful implementation of the enhanced continuous voter registration exercise and the launch of the IEBC Strategic Plan 2024-29. I particularly wish to thank the Commission for launching the ECVR exercise in Shimoni Village, Lungalunga constituency, Kwale County. This was a powerful demonstration that democracy must begin reaching those who have historically been left far behind. As the Secretary of the Minorities and Marginalized Affairs Unit, I was particularly encouraged by the turnout recorded in counties that host a significant number of minority and marginalized communities. You've seen the percentages. We are leading, even if the numbers are small, but percentages are high. More important, the data demonstrates that the marginalized communities are eager to participate when electoral services are brought closer to them. The lesson is simple. The challenges are never been willingness of minority and marginalized communities to participate in democracy. The challenge has often been the access. For many years, these communities have faced barriers arising from distance, inadequate infrastructure, difficulties in obtaining identification documents, limited civic education, opportunities, and underrepresentation in leadership structures. Indeed, the IBC itself acknowledges that vast geographical distances, sparse populations, and infrastructure challenges continue to affect voter registration outcomes in arid and semi-arid lands. Yet, despite these challenges, pastoral and marginalized communities turned out in large numbers to register as voters. The Commission rightly recognized them among the heroes of the ECVR exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, participation in the foundation of democracy, democracy is strengthened when every citizen feels that their voice matters and their vote counts. As I conclude, in some marginalized areas, people know elections are near when roads suddenly improved and leaders become usually friendly. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that inclusion does not arrive only during campaign season, but remains a permanent feature of our democracy. I congratulate IBC for the important milestone and assure the Commission of the continued support of the Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit. If it's about tyranny of numbers, let me tell you today, there's tyranny in smaller numbers. God bless Kenya.
Honorable Josephat, thank you so much. Up next, let's find out the next 3 minutes. Let's have the screen ready.
He is the Registrar of Political Parties and Chief Executive Officer of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, providing strategic leadership in the regulation and management of political parties in Kenya. A seasoned governance and elections management expert, he is passionate about strengthening democratic institutions, promoting ethical leadership and building sustainable political parties that safeguard Kenya's multi-party democracy. Please welcome John Cox Lorionoko.
Thank you very much, MC. The last time I had a bell like the one you're ringing here is when we used to attend Mass in some of those rural places. The church had to sound a bell to signify when Mass is almost about to start. I will write on the already established protocols, but allow me to recognize the presence of our chief guest, Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Lady Justice Martha Koome, and my brother, the Chair of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, Erastus Edung Ethekon. I will also identify the presence of the high diplomatic corps here and commissions, leaders of government, CSOs, and all Kenyans present, including the staff of IEBC present in this hall this morning. Good morning. We gather here today at a moment of profound national reflection as Kenyans navigate the current economic pressures and the complex dialogue surrounding our future and the so much anticipated 2027 general election. It is easy for doubt and uncertainty to creep in. And it is in these moments that leadership must provide guidance and clarity of purpose. I must extend my profound gratitude to the entire IEBC, led by the chairman and the dedicated secretariat, for delivering such a comprehensive, forward-looking roadmap. This is no small feat. Your tireless efforts have provided the essential scaffolding upon which our nation's democratic future will rest. Thank you for your leadership, your meticulous planning, and your steadfast commitment to the integrity of our electoral process, for a good tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. I thank the Commission for stepping up to this role. The launch of the strategic plan and the elections operations plan is not only a call of duty, but an experience of accountability, predictability, and order. To secure our democratic future, we must be intentional. Because if we fail to plan, then we plan to fail. So our presence here today is indeed an affirmation that our success depends on our collective strengths, our collective efforts, and our collective collaborations. Chairperson of the Commission, our institutions, the ORPP and IEBC, are not merely partners. We are like twins in this democratic journey. We are joined at the hip, if not the heart, by a singular, non-negotiable mandate to safeguard the sovereign will of the people of Kenya. While the Commission holds the mandate to manage electoral processes, the Registrar of Political Parties ensures that the political parties, the very vessels of our democracy, are stable, inclusive, and democratically governed. Therefore, we cannot function in isolation. When the internal governance of a party fails, the entire democratic chain is affected. As the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, and in partnership with the Electoral Commission and the stakeholders, we are committed to ensure that these vessels are fit for purpose, that they are transparent and responsive to the aspirations of the people of Kenya. As we look ahead to 2027, these documents and the roadmap provided give us operational certainty in an era of political fluidity. They provide definitive path transforming electoral anxiety into a structured and predictable roadmap to guide our nation through peaceful electoral process. This plan will strengthen our collaboration with the political parties through the tripartite platform, PPLC, and will empower us to mediate, to engage, and hold all political players accountable, ensuring that political competition remains rooted in constructive dialogue rather than discord and violence. The roadmap will guarantee that the path to 2027 is fundamentally fair and inclusive, ensuring that every voice, especially those of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, is not just heard, but remains central to our national leadership pipelines. To the people of this country, the launch of this plan today is an absolute assurance that we are not leaving the integrity of our next election to chance. We are building the architecture for a peaceful transition and a process that honors every single vote. We are moving forward in total alignment because when our institutions stand firm, the democracy of Kenya stands invincible. We are not merely preparing for an event, we are protecting our shared future as a country. As I finish, Chair, I want to encourage you. As a referee, we need to learn from the referees that we observe every day. All playing fields are noisy. The players make noise, the supporters make noise, and the spectators make noise. Everybody makes noise. The referee has only two things: make the rules clear, keep your eyes on the ball. The noise will come down at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much indeed. Those remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's have the screen ready. Asante sana.
She has been an auditor in the public sector for more than 30 years, working as both an internal and external auditor. She's the chairperson of the East African Community Audit Commission and the chairperson of the governing board of the African Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions. She now leads an organization of over 1,800 employees. Republic of Kenya, FCPA Nancy Gathungu.
Thank you very much. The chief guest, the Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and President of the Supreme Court, our host, the Chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Erastus Ethekon, together with your commissioners and staff, development partners, distinguished guests, chairs and members of constitutional commissions and independent offices, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. On behalf of the constitutional commissions and independent offices, and on behalf of the Office of the Auditor General, I start by extending my congratulations to the Commission on the launch of the IEBC Strategic Plan through 2029 and the Elections Operations Plan for 2027. These two documents provide a clear roadmap for delivering inclusive, credible, secure, and efficient elections while strengthening the institutional capacity necessary to fulfill the Commission's constitutional mandate. As oversight institutions and key stakeholders in public accountability, we are particularly encouraged by the emphasis placed on institutional resilience, including governance, financial management, and risk management in the two plans. The Election Operations Plan further demonstrates a commendable commitment to election preparedness through clear timelines, resource allocation, risk mitigation, and performance monitoring. One of the key profound areas in the two plans is building and sustaining public trust through sound governance, transparency, accountability, and effective risk management. Globally, trust in public institutions remains one of the most important determinants of democratic legitimacy. According to the 2024 Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Survey on drivers of trust in public institutions, only 39% of people reported high or moderately high trust in their national governments, while 44% reported low or no trust. The survey further found that only 41% believed they could influence decisions affecting their communities, and these are the citizens who are your key stakeholders as IEBC. These findings demonstrate that citizens' trust is closely linked to perceptions of integrity, transparency, responsiveness, and opportunities for meaningful participation. For an electoral management body such as yours, trust is not built on election day only. It will not be built on the 10th of August 2027. It is built every day through transparent decision-making, prudent stewardship of public resources, effective stakeholder engagement, timely communication, and demonstrable integrity in all electoral processes. The strategic plans focus on citizen engagement, electoral dispute management, election observation, institutional resilience, and evidence-based decision-making places the Commission on a strong path towards nurturing and strengthening that trust. Equally important is the Commission's commitment to enhancing the inclusion of marginalized groups and special interest groups. An electoral process is truly credible only when every eligible citizen has an equal opportunity to participate and to be represented. This commitment directly advances the Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which calls for peaceful, just and inclusive societies, responsive institutions, and inclusive decision-making at all levels, by ensuring that women, youth, persons with disabilities, minorities, and marginalized communities are not left behind. The Commission will not only strengthen electoral legitimacy, but also deepen the citizens' sense of ownership and trust in democratic processes in our beloved nation. The Constitutional Commissions and independent offices and the Office of the Auditor General stand ready to support the successful implementation of these plans through our constitutional roles and mandates, in particular by providing independent assurance on the use of public resources, evaluating the effectiveness of your internal controls, governance, and risk management frameworks as demonstrated, and giving recommendations for continuous improvements. We shall contribute to strengthening accountability, enhancing public confidence in the operations of IEBC. As you embark on this important journey towards the 2027 general elections, we assure you of our continued partnership in promoting transparency, accountability, and value for money, all of which are essential foundations for credible elections and public trust. Congratulations to the Commission on this significant milestone, and we wish you every success in the implementation of these transformative plans. I thank you all.
Excellent. The Auditor General, Asante Sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Diplomatic Corps representative. Please welcome Ambassador Bayen Rousson. Welcome, welcome. Your Excellency, Ambassador. All right. But we want to celebrate and appreciate the Diplomatic Corps. But in the meantime, we'll move on to our next speaker. Please welcome.
He is a seasoned development practitioner with over 30 years of experience driving transformational change across Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. As the UNDP resident representative in Kenya, he leads strategic partnerships focused on economic transformation, governance, youth empowerment, and climate action. Please welcome Jean-Luc Stallone.
Big round of applause, please.
Amjambo. Let me stand on the established protocol, but acknowledge the chief guests, the President of the Supreme Court, and the Chief Justice, also the Chairman of the IEBC, and now the established protocol. I have the pleasure, and I'm really delighted to, on behalf of the United Nations in Kenya and on behalf of the United Nations Development Program, it is a privilege to join you today for the launch of the IEBC Strategic Plan 2024-2029 and the Election Operation Plan 2025-2027. I have mainly 3 points. Na nitafanya haraka nisipige na hiyo kengele. 3 points. My first point is partnership. The United Nations and the government of Kenya have a shared and strong partnership in the delivery of electoral assistance for every single election since Kenya's return to multi-party democracy in 1992. The government of Kenya As we look back across these decades, we must celebrate and commend the government of Kenya, which has successfully conducted consecutive polls every 5 years. My second point is on the value on the strategic plan, of this strategic plan. The two documents are assets for Kenya's democracy journey. The strategic plan provides a clear roadmap for the next 5 years, firmly anchored on Article 81 principles as well as global electoral standards. The electoral operations plan transfers these high-level objectives into actionable activities. My third point is about the United Nations support. For us at the United Nations, these documents will shape how we deliver the UN program on support to Kenya's 2027 elections. Our pledge to Kenya remain unwavering to continuously deliver high-quality, impactful electoral assistance. In doing so, we emphasize our unique institutional strengths, which includes our extensive global presence, our deep technical expertise, and our strict political neutrality. Finally, I would like to close by congratulating the IEBC, its leadership, and all electoral stakeholders for realizing this critical milestone today. The United Nations remain committed, a committed partner as we walk this path together towards a transparent, inclusive, and peaceful 2027 electoral process. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, a key strategic partner, we celebrate your presence. Please welcome
He is the British High Commissioner to Kenya, bringing decades of experience in diplomacy, international development, security, and conflict resolution. Widely respected for his work in international relations and development, he continues to strengthen the long-standing partnership between the United Kingdom and Kenya, while advancing cooperation in trade, governance, security, and sustainable development. Please welcome His Excellency Matt Ball.
well represented by Dr. Ed Barnett, the UK Deputy High Commissioner to Kenya and permanent representative to UNEP and UN Habitat. He has over a decade of experience in Africa and the Middle East, spanning development, humanitarian governance, and security affairs. Please welcome.
Hamjambo. Good morning. With the clock ticking, allow me to ride on the protocols already established. But it's a real pleasure to be here this morning to support the launch of these two fundamentally important documents. Like Kenya, politics in the United Kingdom are never boring. But more importantly, we share a common commitment to strengthening democratic governance and institutional resilience. These are indeed the foundations that underpin the Kenya-United Kingdom strategic partnership signed by His Excellency President Ruto and Prime Minister Starmer in July in London last year. And we have been steadfast in our support to critical institutions, including the IEBC, in the delivery of better election management over successive electoral cycles here in Kenya. Led by its chairperson, Mr. Erastus Ethekon, I would like to commend the IEBC for the progress being made towards preparedness for the 2027 elections, including the enhanced push on voter registration earlier this year. The launch of the strategic plan and the elections operations plan is indeed an important milestone, and it should ensure that every Kenyan shilling spent delivers its intended effect in line with those plans. As one of the UK's key implementing partners, I would also like to thank Algeria, led by Felix Awar, for the work they are doing to support IEBC and other democratic processes here in Kenya. Elections are indeed a cornerstone of democracy, providing young people, women, people living with disability, marginalized groups, and all citizens with the opportunity to exercise their constitutional rights and shape a nation's future. The more inclusive a process, the stronger the mandate for those elected to govern. Our hope is for Kenya's 2027 election to be the most inclusive yet. And I would like to particularly encourage the participation of women and girls, not only as voters, but as candidates, election officials, and civic leaders. This must be accompanied by a collective commitment to ensure their safety and dignity. Women in public life, wherever they are in the world, continue to face unacceptable levels of gender-based violence, harassment, and intimidation, both offline and increasingly online. I therefore call upon leaders, institutions, media, and society at large to take a firm stand on all forms of gender-based violence and to create a safe and enabling environment in which women and girls can participate freely and equally in the political process. I would just like to highlight three further challenges. One around trust that we have heard the Accountant General speak so eloquently about, one around legal reforms, and one around peaceful conduct. First, on trust. Recent opinion polls indicate a consistent concern over low public trust in key electoral institutions, including the IEBC. Strengthening trust and tackling mis- and disinformation in the electoral process will be critical to sustaining this momentum. Second, on delayed legal reforms. I welcome the strategic plan's emphasis on enacting electoral laws sufficiently early to avoid disruption to operational preparedness. I encourage all relevant stakeholders, including Parliament, to prioritise this process, recognising that the window for meaningful reforms is narrowing. Getting clarity on the legal framework in enough time is essential for planning, confidence, and effective delivery of elections. And third, on peaceful conduct. As we acknowledge the scale of the task ahead for the IEBC, it is equally important to recognise the responsibility of the broader political ecosystem. I call upon political leaders and their supporters to uphold peaceful conduct and to refrain from actions that could incite electoral violence. We have recently seen worrying instances of disruptions at political gatherings, including the use of organised goons to create disorder. Such actions undermine democratic processes and public trust. So in conclusion, the UK remains committed to supporting Kenya's democratic journey and strengthening of credible, inclusive and peaceful elections. We look forward to continued collaboration with the IEBC, Government of Kenya, civil society and all stakeholders in the lead up to the elections on the 10th of August 2027. I congratulate the IEBC on this important milestone and wish you success in the implementation of these plans. Asanteni sana.
Karibu sana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, police band. Kuna wimbo wetu ambao tunautamani, tushangilie Kenya. But in the meantime, we want to celebrate the presence of Madam Beverly Opwora, representing the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior. Asante. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you. In the meantime, police band, twende. Wewe. Naomba tusimame sote. Hey, daima. Makofi tafadhali, nchi yetu tunayoipenda. Penda daima. Hey! Wale ambao mngependa kupiga picha, mnajipiga picha, mnasema nchi yetu. Na kipenzi chetu, hatuta mnajipiga maselfie, picha zenu. Hizo picha pia mnaweka kwenye mtandao, lakini ni picha yako mwenyewe. Alafu na tag IEBC. Kura yako, sauti yako. Na hapa kama unaweza kutembea, tembea kwa mwenzako, watu 4 5 hivi, wasalimu, waambie ni Kenya yetu. Aya, tuendelee band, ni wimbo wetu huu tunasherehekea. Tuendelee band. Bas, hey, tembea kidogo, mwambie mwenzako karibu Kenya, kama hakuwa Kenya mpya hii sasa, IEBC mpya. Asante daima, wewe. Aya, asante sana daima milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Hey! Bas, aya, na daima. Twende.
Nya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Hey! Hey! Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wewe. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Whoa. Thank you so much. Makofi tafadhali for the police band, and well done. Let's just have that quick. We had something on Menti. We're asking you, what kind of Kenya do you envision as we come to a close? What kind of Kenya do you envision? All right, so distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate and celebrate you. Representing the party leader, Wiper Patriotic Front Party, I'd kindly request that you welcome Honorable Justin Muturi. Makofi yake tafadhali. Tuzungumzie. Karibu sana mheshimiwa.
Good morning. It's still morning. I'm privileged to represent the Wiper Party leader who was in the program, but is unable to be present with us on account of some bereavement. But I'm not just representing the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. I'm here also with the Deputy Party Leader of the People's Liberation Party, Professor Peter Kagwaja, who's here representing the Party Leader, the Honorable Martha Karua. We also here with my brother, my friend, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, the Member of Parliament for Suba South, and the spokesperson of the Linda Mwananchi movement. I want to begin, before I make my statement, by stating that, many Kenyans around me make, and I will not accept to be bound by the 3 minutes, because I've looked at the program. It is government heavy. I didn't understand why it is so government heavy. And also, we want to push our way to be included in today's program. Otherwise, I also have the original program, which did not have any mention of the people in the United Opposition and also the UG, the United Green, the party led by Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, on whose behalf I will also be delivering a communication to the IEBC. He has authorized that this communication, by way of a letter, we give to the IEBC, to whom, and this will be the third, because we've been writing to the IEBC requesting for a forum where we could have a discussion. Looking at this program, there is no opportunity for anybody to express a contrary opinion on the document, on the documents which are being launched today, because I think they have been developed by the IEBC. Many of us don't know what is contained other than the sketches that have been outlined, which are the mechanical things which are provided for within both the national constitution as well as the Elections Act. As the opposition, we have held numerous public rallies. During some of them, we have called upon, on numerous occasions, the IEBC to convene a multi-stakeholder forum at which the issues that we are being called upon today to witness their launch can be discussed and be agreed upon. We have written to both the Secretariat and the Chairman, and I may wish to just remind them on the 12th of February this year and on the 16th of April, making the same plea. We have not received as much of an acknowledgement even of those two letters. But nevertheless, we are now publicly today going to now deliver this one, hoping that there will be the courtesy of acknowledging this one of today, because it's being delivered publicly. Fellow Kenyans, today we stand at a defining moment of our democracy. We've come here because we believe that elections are too important to be planned behind closed doors. Elections belong to the people of Kenya. They do not belong to the IEBC Secretariat. They do not belong to a few officials sitting in the boardrooms. They do not belong to consultants, vendors, bureaucrats. They belong to the sovereign people of Kenya, whose votes determine the future of this nation. It is therefore deeply troubling that the IEBC seeks to launch an elections operation plan for the 2027 general elections without demonstrating meaningful consultation with key stakeholders in the entire Kenyan democratic space who will ultimately be affected by this plan. An elections operation plan is not an internal administrative document. It is a national covenant between the electoral management body and the people of Kenya. It determines how elections will be conducted, how disputes will be managed, how technology will be deployed, how voters will be verified, how results will be transmitted, and ultimately, how the sovereign will of the people of Kenya will be expressed. Such a document cannot be developed in isolation and then presented to Kenyans as a finished product. The attempt to rush the launch of this plan raises serious concerns to many stakeholders. Public confidence is not built through secrecy. Credibility is not achieved through exclusion. Trust is not earned by informing stakeholders after decisions have already been made. The IEBC must understand that legitimacy comes from participation. I notice that they emphasize participation, which we are questioning. It comes from consultation. It comes from ensuring that every stakeholder feels that they have been heard and respected in the planning process. We reject any suggestion that stakeholder consultations were not conducted because of financial constraints. That explanation is neither convincing nor responsible. The cost of consultation is insignificant compared to the cost of a disputed election. The cost of bringing stakeholders together is insignificant compared to the billions of shillings lost through election petitions, political instability, economic uncertainty, and declining public confidence in democratic institutions. Kenya cannot afford another electoral process whose credibility is questioned before it even happens. Our concerns do not end with the elections operation plan. The integrity of the voter register remains a matter of national importance. We cannot continue discussing voter register audits while ignoring the integrity of the source population database. The principle is straightforward: garbage in, garbage out. If irregular records exist in the integrated population registration database, those same irregularities will eventually contaminate the voter register. A credible voter register can only emerge from a credible population database. That is why we insist that the population database must be independently audited before any voter register audit is itself undertaken. The audit process itself must be transparent. It must be open to accredited observers. Political parties, civil society organizations, religious organizations, professional bodies, election experts, and citizens must be able to observe and verify the process. Private companies cannot be allowed to conduct audits of critical national database without independent oversight. Democracy requires verification, not blind trust. We are equally concerned about the increasing reliance on election technology without corresponding transparency. Technology must serve democracy, democracy must never become captive to technology. Every election technology vendor engaged by the IEBC must be fully accountable to stakeholders, independent auditors, and the courts of law. There can be no secret servers, no hidden systems, no untouchable vendors, and no black boxes in a democratic election. And we are all too aware of the Supreme Court decision and orders made in the 2022 presidential election petition, and the response by the technology provider that providing access to the information in the servers was going to infringe on their intellectual property. We cannot allow this to be repeated. Every stage of the process must be transparent, auditable, and verifiable. The transmission of election results remains one of the most sensitive stages of any election. Kenya's electoral history demonstrates that public confidence can rise or fall based on how results are managed and transmitted. The IEBC must therefore adopt stronger safeguards, including independent security audits, end-to-end encryption, immutable audit trails, and full disclosure of system logs whenever disputes arise. In addition, every constituency should have unique security features on official results forms to strengthen authentication and make manipulation much more difficult. Fellow Kenyans, we must also confront a difficult reality. Electoral reform cannot stop at the level of commissioners. For years, and more particularly, including the painstaking negotiations that led to the production of the NADCO report, public attention was focused on changes at the top of the commission, while the administrative machinery responsible for implementing elections remains largely untouched. The Secretariat is responsible for procurement, technology deployment, voter registration logistics, operations, and election management. If public confidence required reforms at the commission level, then the same standards of accountability, transparency, and review must apply to the Secretariat. The future of Kenya's democracy, cannot depend on half measures. Institutional reform must be comprehensive. Electoral planning must be inclusive. Election technology must be transparent. Voter registration must be credible. Results transmission must be secure. Most importantly, the Kenyan people must never be excluded from decisions that determine how they exercise their sovereign power. Today, we in the opposition call upon the IEBC to halt the launch of the Elections Operation Plan and initiate a genuine, inclusive, and transparent stakeholder consultation process. We call upon the Commission to place democracy above expediency, participation above secrecy, and public confidence above administrative convenience. The 2027 general election must not only be free and fair, it must be seen to be free and fair. That process begins today with transparency, consultation, and accountability, if the Commission is willing to undertake. I thank you for listening to me. I will now hand over, and just to announce, we have ideas on some of the issues I've raised. We have actually prepared, we were prepared to participate and give ideas, give inputs. Should the Commission be willing, we are ready to provide the material that we have. I thank you. I hope that the chairman will accept my letter today and acknowledge the receipt.
Thank you so much indeed. Up next, Honorable Kelvin Lunami. Please welcome, representing Majority Coalition, Honorable Nicodemus. Honorable Kelvin Lunami, over to you.
our chief guest, Chairman of IEBC. Let me ride on already established protocol. My name is Kelvin Lunani, the Vice Chairman of UDA Party. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to join you today for this important tripartite conversation. As you are aware, political parties are clients or customers of FIRST, the registrar of political parties, fundamentally of IEBC. Without political parties, the registrar and even IEBC may be out of business. And without the registrar, parties lack legitimacy without IEBC as the referee. We shall be in chaos as players. So we must work together for all of us to remain in business. Ndugu wa Kenya, mahali tunaelekea, Kenya is on trial. Na itakuwa ni kitu ya muhimu sana ikiwa tutaweza kuendelea mbele tukiwa tutajadiliana. Sisi kama wanasiasa, haswa muungano wa Kenya Kwanza, tumeweka mikakati, tumeweka sera, lakini kuna tashwishi ambalo tutauliza Chief Justice na Chairman wa IEBC. We have seen political leaders who are coming up with propagandas ambazo are very inciting. We would like to know what laws will put in place to safeguard Kenyans from political violence. Asanteni sana. God bless Kenya.
Asante sana. As we come to a close, ladies and gentlemen, eyes on the screen, we are on a race. Well, it's a race, but one team. And it's a relay race. Is it a do or die, win or lose? Or are we passing the baton to the next generation? You see, 100 years ago, none of us was here. Certainly 100 years to come, none of us will be here. When we started, we said, imagine there's somebody seated next to you, somebody who will be alive 100 years to come. What will they say about your life? Eyes on the screen as we watch this particular relay match, because that's exactly what's happening. You see, in a relay match, you have to run your race well. But it's not enough to run the race. You have to pass the baton. And there are rules of engagement. You drop the baton, then you've wasted time, we've wasted resources. Sometimes accidents happen. You remember 2007? We dropped the baton, and it took time for us to pick ourselves up. But yes, we did pick ourselves up. And sometimes we can't waste time trying to pass the baton to the next generation. Because while we are quarreling, fighting, time is being taken away from us, resources are being wasted. We better agree and move on. Agree. And sometimes we have to make sure whatever happens, we don't drop the baton. The Gen Zs are here. We don't drop the baton. We don't drop the baton. We don't drop the baton. We keep on doing whatever we can until the next generation captures the baton. That's why we're here. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. And we want to appreciate the referees. Let's welcome the referee. And to guide us through that is the vice chairperson. A big round of applause for her. We celebrate you. Thank you so much. for your leadership, your servant leadership, and we wish you all the best. We are together. This is for us and for future generation. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Fahima Arafat Abdalla. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Honorable Lady Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Honorable Chairperson of IBC, my colleagues, commissioners, the ambassador, and all honorable dignitaries present here today. Good morning. Good morning once again. That really got me off guard. I was so much interested in the baton, and I just found that I'm the one being ushered in. I will be very brief. Today is a very big day for us as IBC, and as the CEO earlier stated, the day for our chairman. But before I even say my 2 points, kindly allow me, our chief guest. We had 2 commissioners who spoke. You found one while you were coming in. That was Dr. Ann Deritu, the Commissioner Electoral Operations Committee, and our professor, Francis Adwol, the man from Seme. I was told just Seme means a gentleman from Seme. So at least they had an opportunity for everyone who is in the room to hear and listen to them. And now it is my pleasure to request the other 3 to at least come and say something, greet you, and then I can say something and officially usher in our chairman, Commissioner Mary Karen Sorobit. We clap for her as she comes.
The Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, my lady, Honorable Martha Koome, our chairman, all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning once more. It's another beautiful day as IBC commissioners. We congregate here so that we may launch our strategic plan. You know, the strategic plan of an organization is your aim or your future or how you set on how we go about. So today we launch also our election operations plan. We have set out on how we want to deliver the next credible election for the Republic of Kenya. And IBC as commissioners led by our chairman, we're giving you our undertaking that we are, please, our AG Emeritus, my senior, we give you undertaking that as IBC, we are committed as commissioners in delivering credible election for Kenya. Trust us, and Kenya is safe. Thank you very much.
Makofi kwake. Watu wanajuana kwa vilemba, eh? Hata mimi I will know people in Nairobi before nirudi Lamu. And now it's my pleasure to welcome Commissioner Hassan Nur Hassan. Alisema dalili ya wanasiasa wanakuwa wameshiba kidogo na wanavaa miwani. Sijui kama yeye ni mmoja wao. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hassan Nur. Mimi ni Hassan Nur, kwa wale wanavyonijua. I want to say that, and I want to give a commitment here, on behalf of myself and the commissioners who are here today, that we are determined as a commission to give you the best election Kenya has ever had. Please have faith on us. And I want to assure my very close friend, my brother, my yamet in the university, J.B. Muturi, a person we've walked the journey of public service together. He has close to 40 plus years of public service, just like me. That this is our country, we have no other country. And we are determined to make sure we retire and live peacefully in this country and not go anywhere else. For lack of better words, we are like a midwife. The commission is a midwife. And when the midwife is not given the right environment, then there is high risk to the mother and the child. Please give us the space to operate so that we deliver this baby in its healthy form so that the mother can give us another baby tomorrow. Don't allow the noise around us to distract us. I have listened carefully to my brother JB, and all he said was purely advisory. We will take note of what you have said, and we'll commit ourselves to making sure we give you the best. Please have faith in us. We are your servants. We're only 7 in this country. Some of us. Anybody with 20 grandchildren here? 20. Is anybody here? 20. CJ, I have 18. And if not for anything, I will do it for them. Thank you very much.
We only give birth to a boy or a girl. Please, JB Muturi and the rest. And now, let me call on stage our colleague from Milembe Nation, Commissioner Alutalala wa Mukhwana. Karibu sana.
Asante sana dadangu mwenyekiti. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, the ambassadors, Lady Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, kakangu Ethekon mwenyekiti, wapendwa wazalendo, hamjambo. Leo si siku yetu. Leo ni siku ya wageni. Ukialika mgeni ukamwandalia chakula, wewe haugeuki tena ukawa ndiye mwenye wala chakula badala ya mgeni. Kwa hivyo leo si siku yetu. Ombi langu ni moja tu, mlioyasema tumeyasikia. Wapinzani na wenye kupingwa wote wa Kenya. Mababu zetu mwaka 63 walituachia nchi moja. Ethekon na timu yake hawatakuwa ndio ambao watavunja nchi baada ya mwaka 2027. Tutaiweka pamoja. Lakini nyinyi mtupeni salama. Maana haiwi tukipanda juu, Ethekon akipanda juu kuhakikisha demokrasia inakuja, wengine wameparamia suruali, kwa teremsha suruali. Atachunga suruali ama atachunga demokrasia iliyo juu. Kwa hivyo wapendwa wapinzani na wapingwa, Kenya ni moja. Tuzungumze lugha moja. Sisi hatujakula cha mtu, hatutoiba cha mtu, hatutovunja boma la mtu. Tutalinda kura. Asanteni.
And that is the team that you have to deliver 2027. Before I say my 2 points, I come from the county. That is where I have my experience. And every day we were launching projects. Ever since I came to IEBC, Honorable Lady Justice, we have only launched 2, ECVR and strategic plan. And today I'm hearing other things. Senior to I launched this strategic plan. Because we don't launch any other thing, and maybe after this, until elections. Let me say this. Plans do not transform institutions. People do. And we are not merely here to launch documents. As a commission, we are reaffirming our commitment to safeguarding the democracy in Kenya and serving the people of Kenya with excellence. Secondly and lastly, the successful implementation of the 2 plans will require collective efforts of us as commissioners, our management and staff, and all the shareholders. I therefore request, let us work together to ensure successful implementation of our 2 plans. It is now my singular honor and privilege to welcome on stage, in style, the one and only Chair of IEBC, Honorable Erastus Edung Ethekon, to address the nation, and then, of course, he will call our chief guest. Basi tumpigie makofi.
He is the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, a distinguished legal practitioner and strategic advisor with over 15 years of leadership experience in governance, peace building and sustainable development across Africa. An advocate of the High Court of Kenya, he has served in senior roles with governments, the African Union and the United Nations, advancing electoral integrity, conflict resolution and democratic governance. Please welcome Erastus Edung Ethekon.
Thank you very much. Riding on the previously established protocols, while recognizing our chief guest, the Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, who is our Chief Justice, at the same time the President of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I believe it's still good morning. Okay. So the energy is still up. Okay. First and foremost, I would like to really sincerely thank everyone. Those of you, I cannot name all the institutions, all the individuals represented here. I believe your presence here is a testament that you value IEBC, you value the work we do, but more importantly, that you value democracy in the Republic of Kenya. So allow me this afternoon to just make a few remarks and then invite our chief guest. You know, Commissioner Lutala Loamukhwana summed it up nicely. You know, in Mulembe Nation, when you invite the guest and you have cooked ugali and obusuma and samboga, you don't eat, you welcome the guest to partake of it. So today, Lady Chief Justice, this is your day, and I appreciate the fact that you took time. And actually, indeed, when we spoke last time, you said you canceled some travels and some big events for us, for the love of democracy in this country, for the love of the Commission, for the love of the work that we do to make Kenya what it is. So thank you very much for making it and for giving us that opportunity. So I'll make a few remarks and then I will invite you. On behalf of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, and on behalf of my colleagues, the commissioners and staff of the Secretariat, allow me to warmly welcome you all to this historic occasion as we officially launch the IEBC Strategic Plan for 2024-2029 alongside the Election Operation Plan for the elections of the 2027. Today is more than a launch of two planning documents. It marks the beginning of a deliberate, structured, and accountable journey towards the 2027 general elections, which is a reaffirmation of the Commission's constitutional mandate and our unwavering commitment to the sovereign will of the people of Kenya. This occasion is firmly anchored in our Constitution. Article 1, as you all know, of the Constitution vests all sovereign power in the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya may exercise that sovereign power directly or indirectly. And in our case, we have been donated that power to exercise indirectly on behalf of the people of Kenya. It is therefore that solemn responsibility of IEBC, as established in Article 88 of the Constitution, to protect that sovereign will using that power which has been donated to us by the people of Kenya. And that power, under that article, has been donated to us by the people, just like the same power has been donated to other institutions of governance, including the judiciary, the executive, and all other independent commissions and independent officers. Our specific power relates to the conduct of elections, number one. The second one relates to boundary delimitations. And all these are important in ensuring that the citizens enjoy sustainable democracy, equitable representation. Article 81 of the Constitution further sets out the general principles of our electoral system, requiring that elections be free and fair, conducted by an independent electoral body. That is what the people of Kenya said, not me, not our commissioners present here. And that the elections must be transparent, administered in an impartial, neutral, efficient, accountable, accurate, and based on universal suffrage and free expression of the will of the electors. Article 86 also obligates the Commission, ourselves as IBC, that we must ensure every voting method is simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. And that is what we have enumerated in our strategic plan. These constitutional principles, therefore, form the foundation upon which we will conduct ourselves and our work, both strategically and operationally. Ladies and gentlemen, our strategic plan is anchored on the theme of inclusion and participation in deepening democracy in Kenya. Our strategic plan reflects that theme, and that is our thinking, that is the thinking of many Kenyans, that they must be included and they must participate in the affairs of elections and democracy in the Republic of Kenya. So therefore, these strategic documents that we'll be launching today reflect our vision of building a credible and trusted electoral management body that deepens democracy through electoral processes that comply with those constitutional principles that I've enumerated. Beyond our constitutional obligations, this strategic plan reflects Kenya's commitment to regional and international democratic standards. It aligns with the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, the African Union's Declaration on the Principles Governing Democratic Elections in Africa. It also aligns with the East African Community Principles on Good Governance, and of course, Article 25 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, all of which affirm every citizen's right to participate freely in public affairs and in voting and in contesting for any elective position. Ladies and gentlemen, the strategic plan we're launching today is a product of extensive consultations involving government institutions, parliament, the judiciary, constitutional commissions, political parties, independent officers, development partners, and civil society organizations, faith-based institutions, the media, people, and of course, special interest groups, because our position has been that of promoting inclusivity and participation across board. So we consulted all these people, including special interest groups, as we crafted this strategic plan. I have mentioned here political parties, and there are many. Lady Chief, just the last time I checked with my brother, ORPP, the Registrar of Political Parties, I think they are now over 100, right? They are 90-something, 95. And we invited all of them, and they came, and they saw, and they gave their input. So allow me to proceed. The ideas of all these institutions and individuals and stakeholders have shaped the perspectives and the contributions that have gone into our strategic plan. Of course, we are aware of the provisions of Article 10, and that is why we cherish and value public participation in all of its manifestations and expectations. But also as Kenyans, let us bear the fact that when we talk about public participation and inclusion, it is a very expensive, it's a very costly affair, both in terms of the funding, in terms of the time, in terms of the resources that go into it. But as an institution, we have done our best under the circumstances, and I'd like to thank those institutions that have supported us, such as LGIA and others, to support us in that venture. The strategic plan identifies key strategic priorities. Those of you who have been here early enough, you saw Professor Francis Adwol give an overview of our strategic plan and our key priorities, which I would not like to repeat. But just to emphasize that our plan is focused on managing the elections, citizen engagement and participation, equitable representation in terms of our boundary delimitation, and of course the conduct of elections, and strengthening our institutional governance, risk compliance, and resilience. These are not merely aspirations, what we have put in that strategic plan. They are commitments that will guide every decision that we make over the next few years of the implementation of the strategic plan. Fellow Kenyans, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, central to today's launch is the Electoral Operation Plan, 2025-2027. Allow me to emphasize that the Election Operations Plan is not a separate undertaking, so we should not look at the two as if they're separate. They are one and the same thing. So you read them, you understand them in terms of as a whole. While it is therefore the operation plan is the operational expression of our strategic plan. While the strategic plan provides for the vision, strategic direction, and institutional priorities, the election operations plan translates those priorities into concrete activities, timelines, responsibilities, and measurable milestones as we head towards the 2027 general elections. Beginning today, therefore, the Commission will progressively implement this roadmap. Every critical electoral activity that has been outlined in the Electoral Operation Plan, from voter registration, continuous voter education, election technology preparedness, procurement, electoral logistics, election security, coordination, stakeholder engagement, training, diaspora voting arrangements, election dispute prevention, both pre-election and disputes arising after the elections. And election day management will be executed according to these clearly defined activities and timelines, which are contained in our election operation plan. And I believe the country has been anxious, especially the political class, anxiously waiting for this election operation plan. We have given you today the feel of it, and once we launch, we will share with you copies, and you can be able to begin to prepare, especially the political parties and independent candidates. Therefore, this is our commitment. This is our commitment to early planning, institutional preparedness, transparency, predictability, and accountability. And I believe that's what Kenyans require of us. Good elections do not happen by chance. They are the results of meticulous planning, adequate preparation, and unwavering adherence to the law. That is our belief as this new commission. Kenyans deserve to know what the commission is doing, when it's doing it and why we are doing it. And we are therefore committed to providing that assurance throughout the electoral cycle. The electoral cycle, you know, most Kenyans think of elections as that day, 10th August 2027. There's a lot of processes that are involved up to after the elections. So we are committed as a commission to provide you that assurance that we will share as much information as possible, and we will involve you across that journey. To the people of Kenya, as I conclude, I wish to offer this assurance, therefore, that the Commission has listened, including our brother J.B. Muturi and the other colleagues in the United Opposition, and of course, indeed, across all other political parties. We listen to you, and we will continue affording you an opportunity to be listened. We have listened to your expectations. We have listened to to what you have said, including about certain weaknesses that you have observed, and we will work together to ensure we address those ones. We have reflected on the experiences of the past electoral cycles, which have informed this strategic plan. We have also carefully considered the recommendations arising from the election observation missions. I know the international community present here. Some of the representatives observed previous elections. We have a lot of literature on what happened during the last elections of 2022. So we have borrowed those lessons from there. And we have also looked at the court decisions, Lady Chief Justice. We have analyzed all those. And even in our legal reform package, what we are proposing to Parliament, we have made sure that those court decisions have informed those proposals to make the electoral processes even better. So the lessons that we've learned from our reflections have informed the reforms, the strategic priorities, and operational improvements that are contained in the documents that we are launching today. We are determined to strengthen every aspect of electoral management so that 2022 election is professionally planned, efficiently executed, and fully compliant with the constitutional and legal provisions. Ladies and gentlemen, our objective is simple, and that is when the history of 2027 general election is written, Kenyans will proudly say that their electoral commission rose to the occasion, strengthened public confidence, upheld the Constitution, and delivered an election worthy of the trust bestowed upon it. Equally important, however, is the recognition that successful elections cannot be delivered by IEBC alone. And I think previous speakers have emphasized that fact. This is because democracy is a shared responsibility, which is why I'm happy when our brother is actively engaging with us, Honorable J.B. Muturi. We need all of you to be active citizens. Not just innocent bystanders. You need to be active citizens so that we together can inform the quality of the elections we are going to have in 2027. So the Constitution, what I've just said, is because the Constitution assigns each one of us a responsibility, both as a citizen, but also those institutions of governance that we gave to ourselves in the 2010 Constitution. So we therefore call upon all of us, the political parties, represented by the Political Parties Steering Committee, led by Misati, and of course, all those other political formations, whether in government or in opposition, to play their role as active participants. We also call upon the media, which reports, to play its role by accurately reporting factual truths and not misinformation and disinformation and propaganda. Because propaganda is likely, we can plan everything meticulously, but just one word or two words from an irresponsible media can burn this country. And we know there are many examples. So media play your role responsibly to enhance and to deepen the democracy of this republic. We also call upon security agencies. Honorable Chief Justice, in the last few months, this commission has conducted over 30 elections. 30 elections. Fresh from wherever we came from, we were confronted with the challenge of conducting 30 by-elections. And we've learned something. And that something is very sad, that the relationship between our politics and violence and money is making our work difficult as IBC. Because we witness situations where certain politicians, and actually all of them, you cannot say which side, what side. There's this inclination for politicians to bring in these young people, arm them with their sticks and whatever manners of crude weapons, feed them during that season to protect their vote. I don't know from who. And what we saw, nobody complained to us that we are stealing anybody's vote, but they are protecting their vote from one another. And therefore, when these groups clash, we lose some lives, as we witnessed at Kasipul constituency. We took action, and we will continue to take action to curb such incidences of electoral malpractices. So we call upon various stakeholders, the security agencies, to do their bit to secure the elections. We can plan everything. This strategic plan can speak of beautiful things. But if the environment within which we hold elections is intoxicated, it's violent, it's unbearable, we cannot have an election. We cannot have an election. So we need to take that, to bear that in mind. We also call upon Parliament to help us enact the laws, the amendments that we are proposing. We've shared with them some drafts, and we will be meeting with JLAC, I think in the next 2 weeks, to share with them what we think. And I also call upon all the Kenyans to bring those proposals that they think can help us to do even a better job. Distinguished guests, I would not like to take more time beyond that. I would like to sincerely thank each one of you, beginning with the Lady Chief Justice, our Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, who has given us absolute support from the day you saw us into office on 11th July 2025, and you inspired us with your speech to go ye forth and make a difference to today. We thank you very much. We have no words to thank you, and I believe my colleagues here in this. Please give a... We also thank Parliament for supporting us in terms of resources, the national government, the diplomatic community. We've had numerous occasions to engage with you. The media, week 3 when we came into office, we engaged you, the media, and you've given us support since. We know it's an honeymoon period now. There'll be a period when we'll see those crazy headlines, but we hope those crazy headlines will be justified. Criticize us where you can, but if it's not necessary, if it's not factual, please leave us alone so that Kenyans can have confidence in the electoral management body so that they can turn up to vote. In fact, turn up to register first. When you see all these headlines, all this negativity, all this toxicity, that is what's driving the young people not to come out and register. We've seen it when we went to the field when we were doing mass voter registration. Some young people were questioning us, why should you give us 10 reasons why we should register? What is in there for us? It's about the politicians. They are fighting. They see all these negative things every day. So please, let us lower the temperature. Let us give us an opportunity, the IBC, give us confidence so that these young people can see and believe and register and turn up to vote for you. So I will end it there. And sincerely from my heart, this is the first mega event that we've had since we came to this. Elections are a part of our diet. But to bring all of you into one room and for you to share with us this occasion, your thoughts, your ideas, your inspiration, I think it's something second to none. So I thank you. Let us give ourselves a round of applause. And now, with all those many remarks, I would like us to be upstanding. And the band, please give us something for as the CJ comes. I don't know which one will be higher. Good for you.
She is the Chief Justice of the Republic.
Thank you. Please, may we have our seats. Thank you very much. The chairman of IMBC, my young brother, Mr. Erastus Ethekon. I also want to acknowledge all the commissioners, including my daughter, the vice chairperson. You make us very, very proud. And we can clearly see the connection between the present and the future through you. Thank you, all the commissioners, for the encouraging words that you have shared with us, that you owe allegiance to nobody but to this country, to the people of Kenya. I also want to acknowledge everybody. I'm told all of you were carefully selected and invited to this auspicious occasion. I want to acknowledge the fellow chairpersons of various constitutional commissions and independent offices led by our chair, our Auditor General, the Honorable Nancy Gathungu. Thank you for representing us. All the development partners, members of the diplomatic corps led by my brother, His Excellency, the High Commission of the United Kingdom, Mr. Mark Ball, and all the political leaders here. Particularly want to recognize JB Muturi, our former speaker, my colleague, the titular hand of the bar, the former titular hand of the bar. We acknowledge the many years that you have served this nation with objectivity and diligence, and all the leaders of the political parties here. Civil society, are you in the house? Faith-based organizations, and I also see the media and our very, very distinguished guests. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Amjambo. Salam alaikum. You know, as Kenyans, we like to connect with greetings, and therefore, I am delighted, very, very delighted this afternoon to join the IMBC for the launch of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission's 2024-2029 Strategic Plan, as well as the Election Operations Plan, which is an extract from the strategic plan detailing how the various strategies will be implemented. Just before you took office in July last year, the judiciary launched our own operation plan for the 2027 general elections, because we like to go ahead of everybody and survey how the terrain will be so that we can prepare ourselves. And therefore, today, this launch marks a very significant milestone in our collective journey towards strengthening our democracy, enhancing electoral governance, and deepening citizen participation in building a better Kenya for all of us. I agree with our patriotic songs. Kenya is ours. We all love Kenya. We are going nowhere. We will defend our Kenya. And we will leave Kenya for the future generations a better country than we found it. Allow me at the outset to congratulate the Commission, led by your chairperson, Mr. Erastus Ethekon, the members of the Commission, the Acting Commission Secretary CEO, and the staff of IEBC for developing this forward-looking strategic plan. It took the effort of an inclusive and consultative process that brought together a broad range of stakeholders. And I liked the chairperson has accepted. If any of the stakeholder feels that there are issues that were left out in the development of the strategic plan, there is still room to include them so that we move together. Because such an approach reflects the very democratic principles that the Commission is mandated to uphold and demonstrates a commitment to transparency, accountability, and shared ownership of our electoral future. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this strategic plan comes at a critical time in our nation's democratic development. It recognizes that our elections are not merely events conducted on polling day. Rather, elections constitute a continuous process that requires strong institutions, adequate resources, effective planning, and most importantly, a sound and enabling legal framework. I congratulate the Commission for this great work. The theme of the strategic plan is inclusion and participation in deepening democracy in Kenya. Experience from democracies around the world demonstrated that credible elections rest on 4 fundamental pillars. 1, strong laws. 2, strong institutions. 3, voter participation. And 4, public trust. Electoral laws must establish the rules of engagement. Institutions must ensure those rules are applied fairly and consistently, while voter participation and public trust will provide legitimacy to electoral outcomes. Where electoral laws are outdated, and I really hope we have parliamentarians in this House, where the laws are ambiguous or fragmented, uncertainty emerges. Disputes increase, confidence decline, and electoral processes become vulnerable to contestation. And that is why I stopped my life to come to this ceremony this morning, to encourage IEBC, if they do their work properly, then they lessen our work in the judiciary, because then there are no gaps to interpret. There is no cleanup to do, because they will do a clean job. It is therefore imperative that, first of all, like you have told us, we have legal reforms that remain a continuous undertaking, evolving alongside technological advancements, emerging electoral challenges, and changing expectations of our citizens. You must always listen to our citizens. Do not fear them. These are Kenyans, even if they are political parties. they are Kenyans. And we are equalized by that one vote that all of us have. So we are all stakeholders, and nobody is superior to the other, despite the positions that we owned. We are all equalized by that one vote. Therefore, listen to all of us. I am particularly encouraged that the strategic plan identifies strengthening of the electoral legal framework as a key strategic priority. This is both timely and necessary, and Kenyans want to hear and know what are those proposals to the legal amendments that you are seeking from the parliamentarians. That is a key area for you to engage with the media so that we can move together in that endeavor. As a nation, we must continue working towards harmonizing electoral laws and regulations to eliminate inconsistencies and provide greater clarity to all electoral stakeholders. We must address legal gaps identified during previous electoral cycles and ensure that electoral timelines, dispute resolution mechanisms, and election management processes are clearly defined and understood. That election operation plan must also be made public for the public to work every day with it as they prepare for the elections. As you are aware, the Judiciary Committee on Elections, the IEBC, and the Office of the Registrar of the Political Parties have jointly presented two composite bills. The Elections Laws Amendment Bill 2026, the Political Parties Bill 2026. We did this to Parliament, and these bills propose legislative interventions aimed at improving the management of elections and streamlining the legal framework for resolution of electoral and political disputes. I take this opportunity to urge the National Assembly and the Senate to fast-track the consideration and enactment of these two proposed bills. Legal certainty is the cornerstone of electoral integrity. When citizens, political parties, candidates, and election officials understand the rules and trust those rules that will be applied fairly, there will be confidence in electoral outcomes, which is significant in terms of the credibility and predictability of our elections, and will contribute to peaceful and credible elections. This strategic plan also recognizes the growing role played by technology in electoral management. In fact, when I read it, I said these elections will be won and lost, and they stand on the use of technology. Technology has become an indispensable tool for enhancing efficiency, transparency, and accountability within the electoral process. However, technology alone cannot guarantee credibility. Its effectiveness depends on the existence of robust legal safeguards and institutional oversight, as well as the goodwill by all the parties to embrace the trust the trust that technology is just an enabler. So as we embrace innovation, we must ensure that our legal frameworks adequately address issues of our data protection, our cybersecurity, transparency in electoral technologies, and accountability in electronic electoral processes. The IBC must therefore provide a clear guidance on the deployment. What technology will you deploy? What management are you going to use? And how are they going to be audited so that the use of that innovation strengthens rather than undermines public confidence in elections? Equally commendable is the operations plan's commitment to inclusion and equal political participation. The strength of any democracy is measured not only by the conduct of elections, but also by the extent to which all citizens are able to participate meaningfully in the electoral process. So we want to urge Kenyans that Kenya is a multi-party democracy. I think that one was paid for with sweat and blood. And therefore, we can never forget the role played by the opposition in our democracy. Women, youth, persons with disabilities, minority communities, and other marginalized groups must not merely be observers of democracy, they must be active participants and beneficiaries of it. I expected a clap for that. Thank you. Legal and policy reforms should continue to remove barriers that hinder participation and create opportunities for all eligible citizens to exercise their political rights fully and freely. A truly credible election is one in which every voice matters and every vote counts equally. Distinguished guests, I also wish to commend the Commission for prioritizing governance, risk management, and compliance within the strategic plan, because strong governance structures are indispensable to institutional credibility. Election institutions must not only be independent, but must also be seen to operate transparently, professionally, and within clearly defined legal parameters. I liked when the Commissioner, Abdi Nuh, said he is Abdi Nuh and nobody else. And he will remain Abdi Nuh even after the 2027 elections, because his allegiance is to this nation and nobody else. Furthermore, credible elections require effective collaboration among all stakeholders. I like what everybody said here. None of us can succeed in delivering free and fair, credible elections, but all of us must work together, because no institution can deliver electoral integrity in isolation. The Parliament, the judiciary, the security agencies, the political parties, civil society organizations, our development partners, the media, and citizens all have important roles to play. Only through sustained cooperation, mutual respect for constitutional mandates, and a shared commitment to democratic values can we safeguard the credibility of our elections and strengthen public confidence in our democratic institutions. Ultimately, the success of our electoral system depends on public trust. Citizens must have confidence that electoral processes are fair, transparent, inclusive, and governed by the laws that are applied consistently and impartially. Public trust cannot be demanded. It must be earned through integrity, accountability, and continuous improvement. Allow me to use this opportunity to urge IBC to appreciate that one of the surest ways of building public confidence in an electoral process is through the firm, consistent, and impartial enforcement of the Electoral Code of Conduct. Across the country, yes, I appreciate that, because you cannot say your hands are tied. Tied by who? You have the Code of Conduct to enforce. When somebody breaches the Code of Conduct, please disqualify silence political rivals. These developments, ladies and gentlemen, pose a serious threat not only to peaceful elections, but also to the constitutional values of democracy, human dignity, political freedom, and the rule of law. It is imperative that we reject the dangerous normalization of political violence. The other day, I asked a question. Why is it that it is only when we have protests that have political connotations that we end up with violence? We have seen protests by teachers, we have seen protests by doctors, we have seen protests from other segments. I think even women, even Law Society, we have protested, but we never saw violence unless there is political connotations. And I ask the question, how come our lives are disrupted by politics? We have less than 2,000 people who earn a living from politics, but they disrupt the lives of 55 million people. The Commission must therefore send a clear and unequivocal message that those who engage in violence, those who sponsor criminal elements, those who incite supporters or otherwise violate the Electoral Code of Conduct will face swift and appropriate sanctions regardless of their political affiliation, status, or influence. It is important to recall that following the contestation of the Commission's power to enforce the Electoral Code of Conduct during the previous electoral cycle, the matter came all the way to the Supreme Court in the case of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission versus Sabina Chege. That judgment delivered in 2023. I don't know how many remember it, but it firmly affirmed IEBC's constitutional mandate under Article 88 of the Constitution to receive, to determine, and to enforce compliance with the Electoral Code of Conduct. Am I talking to somebody? They have the power under the Constitution to enforce the Electoral Code of Conduct. And the legal position is therefore now settled. The Commission possesses both authority and the responsibility to act. So please don't cry and say your hands are tied. I therefore urge the IEBC to exercise that mandate with courage, because the Constitution gives it to you, firmness, and complete impartiality. The time for warnings without consequences must come to an end. Kenyans expect a level political playing field where all actors are held to the same standards and where misconduct attracts appropriate sanctions. Nobody is going out to seek for a political position to be argued, to be abused, and to be violated. We all want, all the political actors want a fair playing ground. And by decisively enforcing the Code of Conduct, the Commission will not only deter violence and electoral malpractice, but will also strengthen public trust in the integrity of the electoral process and contribute significantly to the realization of peaceful, credible, and democratic elections. Let me speak directly to our political actors and say, Kenya belongs to all of us. The hopes, livelihoods, and future of over 55 million people must never be held ransom by the ambitions of a few seeking political office. Those political offices are important and we respect them, but they should never hold us at ransom. Children must be able to go to school. People must be able to go to work. Businesses must continue as usual as they campaign for these positions. The responsibility of seeking leadership demands respect for the people. If I am seeking for a position, I must respect the lives of the people. Respect for their choices, respect for their agency, and respect for the constitutional order that allows our country to function, thrive, and progress, whether we are in an election season or not. Political competition must never become a license to incite disorder, destroy property, disrupt livelihoods, or place the peace and stability of our nation at risk. We cannot allow Kenya to burn to satisfy the interest of a few. The true test of democratic leadership is not only the ability to seek power, but the discipline to pursue it peacefully, lawfully, and with fidelity to the welfare of the people. I strongly believe that this strategic plan that we are launching today will provide a clear roadmap for strengthening trust in the Electoral Commission. They have all confessed here before us that they are only working for the best interest of Kenyans, not anybody. And that is the same message I told them when I saw them in office. When you come into an office like that, it doesn't matter how you came, it doesn't matter who helped you, but now you belong to all Kenyans. Therefore, the plan is a vision of an electoral system that is responsive to the aspirations of Kenyans and aligned with the principles of our Constitution. As IEBC embarks on the implementation of this plan, I call upon all stakeholders to support the Commission in realizing its objectives. Together, we must strive to build an electoral system that delivers elections that are trusted, elections that are inclusive. I was so happy to hear that you will continue with another cycle of registration of voters, because you should never give up on Kenyans. Go where they are and register them until we feel everybody who wants to exercise their right to vote is registered. And this way, we can be inclusive, we can be peaceful, and we can help you to ensure that together we guard the sovereign will of the people. I also wish to sincerely thank our partners, including the UNDP, for your leadership and mobilizing resources through Election Basket Fund. Credible elections must be properly resourced, and those resources must be mobilized and applied in a transparent, accountable, and coordinated manner. As we support IEBC to deliver on its mandate, we must also continue to ensure that all the institutions involved in the electoral processes are adequately resourced to effectively execute their respective mandates. This shared institutional readiness is essential to safeguarding electoral integrity and delivering peaceful, credible, and trusted elections. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reiterate that the true measure of this strategic plan will not be merely found in the activities undertaken or the resources invested. Its successes will be measured by the confidence it inspires among citizens and the extent to which it strengthens the credibility of our elections in this country. Every Kenyan must approach the polling station calmly, confidently, and ready to make his or her voice count. Indeed, Kenyans, your vote, your voice matter. Fellow Kenyans, let us stand with the IEBC and all electoral institutions in creating a peaceful and enabling environment needed to nurture and safeguard our democracy. With these remarks and with your kind permission, I am pleased to officially launch the Commission's 2024-2025 Strategic Plan and Election Operation Plan. I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and like I've always said, I'm eternally grateful to Kenyans for having given me the confidence and opportunity to serve them as the first woman Chief Justice. I thank you, and may God bless you. May God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause. And now we want to move to the dramatic launch of the two documents. I kindly request our Chief Justice will move to the booth just on your right. I'd kindly request the chairperson, IEBC, and the commissioners, please join the Chief Justice. And once you're there, we'll have a countdown so that we can launch the two documents dramatically. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our countdown. We are ready. Countdown. 10. Aha. We are ready to go. So we'll do it together, everyone, wherever you are. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. The launch of the IEBC Strategic Plan 2024 to 2029, and of course the Election Operation Plan 2025 to 2027. And we do have the documents there. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. Asante sana. We'll have the photo session taken right there. The Chief Justice, the commissioners. We have the key strategic partners, members of the Fourth Estate. We need to make sure that we get the appropriate photo that will enable the rest of Kenyans to follow the engagement. These documents must inspire confidence in all of us being involved in democratic process. Asante sana. Makofi nyingine tafadhali. And dear delegates, all of us will have an opportunity to get a copy of both the documents. So before we exit, we'll have a quick announcement. Then as you exit, you'll be given the documents. But for now, we are ready for a gift. We do have a gift for our Chief Justice. Let's have the gift ready. And I'd kindly request the chairperson of IEBC will deliver the gift of appreciation to our Chief Justice, our chief guest. Asante sana. Let's have the gift, please. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We do have a gift for the Chief Justice. Let's have it ready. Our Chief Justice is already here. Karibu sana, Chief Justice. There you go. The gift. Makofi tafadhali for our Chief Justice. Thank you so much, President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. We appreciate you. Asante sana, Chairperson and Commissioners of IEBC. There we go. The two documents. Excellent. I'll now request that we remain standing for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem just in a moment. Police band, be on standby. Please be on standby. Asante sana, Chief Justice, for your presence, commitment, and leadership. Never give up on Kenya. We are all working for the best interests of Kenyans. Kenya belongs to all of us. The time for warnings without consequences must come to an end. We are ready for the Kenya National Anthem. Police band on standby. Police band. Police band, the Kenya National Anthem. I'd kindly request we remain standing as we allow our chief guest and her delegation to leave at their pleasure. We do have a quick announcement for the rest of the delegates. Chief Justice, at your pleasure. Thank you so much. Dear delegates, quick announcement. Number one, lunch will be served immediately after this. Make sure you have your badge